Hello? Hello, you guys. Hopefully my audio is okay or, uh, not too loud, not too quiet. I'm using OBS this time, so everything's kinda different, especially for me, so. And I have zero idea how to navigate all this stuff, but hopefully audio shenanigans are like okay. Oh, in the screen. Was it too loud? I think that's too loud. Should I turn it down? Because I cannot tell uh the audio quality. How about now? Still too loud or alright. Oh, it was on max. Holy shit. No wonder. My bad. How about now? Yeah, this is the thing and what I hate about like OBS. Their audio is kinda all over the place. How about now? Too quiet or just alright? Or still need some tweaking? That's good for me. Alright. What about the music? Hopefully that's also not too loud. I really cannot tell if if everything's too loud or too quiet. Cause that's just how my god, OBS is so messy. There's just way too many stuff going on. But anyways, welcome. How are you guys? I'm just gonna do some illustrating today, so well, not really. I'm just gonna color today, so nothing too exciting. And I also gonna try not to swear too much today, which is kind of weird, but I feel like this is good for me because I feel like my vocabulary is dwindling to down the drain, and I'm stuttering like crazy, right? And I kind of wanna make sure I improve even just for a little. Anyways, actually, let me put my. Let me see the stream if it's sounding alright and looking alright. It's also kind of hot today. What the heck? Anyways, let's just chill for a few minutes before we start. Yo, did I just hear you say no cussing from yourself today? I'm gonna do the same. Yeah, I want to challenge myself a bit because one, I am stuttering like crazy. Two, I feel like I'm using way too much swear words to the point that I'm kind of like handicapping myself from using other words because it's just so easy to say swear words to every sentence there is instead of using a specific word or different word. It just makes it so easy. So I want to try to improve my speech and all that stuff because I feel like I'm lacking a lot in that department. So I'm gonna do some little self improvements. It kind of sounds pretentious and but I want to do that stuff because I don't want to stagnate, basically. And I'm just stuttering like crazy. Like, I did not expect I would stutter this crazy. Or all the time. And at this point, I'm like an equivalent to a Morty. It's a good approach, to be fair. I've started stuttering a lot too. I think it's from those early COVID isolation days. Yeah, I guess it must be because of that. Really screw this up. Anyways, hopefully the audio is same here. There we go. Oh, I think my audio is okay now. The thing is, the audio here on OBS is actually kinda better, I think. Because it doesn't pick up my fan. Or at least, it doesn't pick up way too much background noise. Self-improvement? I'm in the state of stagnation. We all are. Let's be honest. The lockdowns and all of that stuff really screw this up. I don't have a tracker though. I don't have a tracker if I violated my own rules. But yeah, just wanted to improve a bit to my speech skills and all that. Because I feel like I'm being way too forgiving to myself. Because, yeah, I get it. It's not my... English is not my first language. But even if I go with my native language, I still stutter a lot. It's either a stutter or I barely can construct like a full sentence. Sounds pretty good and clear. Nice. But yeah, we'll just be coloring today. I may also do another illustration. Maybe if I finish this much more earlier, I guess. I kind of want to stream for like maybe a tad bit longer today, so I don't want to remember last week when I screwed up explaining critical thinking in front of my class. All that stuttering and panicking didn't help since it is my first social activity in years. Oof. Man, I feel ya. After days, months, longer periods of time of having no social activity at all, or basically interacting with other people or at a public setting or whatever. Yeah, it really brings up some daunting effects, not gonna lie. Man, I remember that time I was like, it's not like I have stage fright or whatever, but I remember that time I was basically called, and it's basically my turn to like do a speech in front of the class. It's not even in English. It's supposed to be spoken to with our native language. But oh my god, from the middle of it, I was just stuttering, and I'm just like, I don't really want to do a speech today. And I didn't memorize my speech because we have prepped it beforehand. And I'm like, I didn't memorize it because I'm more into, what do you call it? The one that you don't memorize? What do you call it? Let me search it. Speech that is not memorized. Extemporaneous speeches. I guess that. Oh, impromptu. There we go. I'm more good when it comes to impromptu speeches. But when memorizing speeches, I'm just like, I don't want to memorize because I get so pressured of like memorizing stuff. I hate memorizing, by the way. I would rather ramble about whatever instead of memorizing. And then at the middle of it, I just had a total meltdown. I just cried. I'm just like, damn. I just cannot continue at that time. I'm just like, okay, this speech is finished. I'm not gonna say anything more. It's embarrassing, but at the same time, I really cannot control myself at that point. This color is not right, so I'm gonna change it. And I was like on the wrong layer again. Oh my god. I made myself look like a fool that I said I don't think things thoroughly out of fear, and especially when I was the first person to be picked to explain critical thinking. Oh yeah, it sucks being picked as the first one to say stuff. My god. I'd rather be the person somewhere on the middle. But yeah, that was embarrassing. That was one of those embarrassing times of my life. I think it was that was back on senior high. My last year of senior high. And my god. But actually, I was breaking down a lot more often at that time. For some reason. It's probably because of hormones, but regardless of those hormones, I'm just like an emotional mess. Oh, you want me to explain something? My body will just automatically time for crying. And I cannot I cannot control it. It's kind of frustrating that your body is just doing whatever and you're basically cannot do anything. You're powerless. You cannot control it at all. And I'm just like, okay, this is like the worst year. It was embarrassing, but I didn't hold too much of it, I guess. I don't, at this point, I just do not care anymore because I think it's much more better not to care. And also it's high school. Anything that comes from high school is just embarrassing. Nothing comes out decent in those times. That's why it's so not relatable, I guess, unless you're Japanese. It's so not relatable when Japanese are like, oh, high school is like the most rosiest time for your lives. I'm like, nah, fam. It's the most embarrassing. It's like all cringe hangs loose on that time. Oh my god, I cannot see that much right now because the gray and this color is kind of confusing me. Okay, there we go. Actually, no. I still cannot see anything. Unless I zoom in. I'm just gonna use a simple color palette for this one. And what I mean by simple, it's like one of the most easiest color combo, I think. For me, I guess. And that's just basically black. Let me deselect. Black, red, because why not? And then somewhere around gold or yellow. And that's it, most of it. Oh dang it, I'm gonna miss a big chunk of the stream. I'll be back in an hour or something. Oof. No worries, bro. I'm gonna try to, like, stream as long as I can today, actually. And I might do a test stream later, a separate stream, where I basically sketch traditionally. I want to try sketching traditionally again. Because it has been forever since I've done that. But thanks for coming, man. I just fill out this eyes. Not gonna lie, I do miss some drawing some detailed portraits, but at the same time, they do kind of take up a lot of time. Like the time you spent making a full body is probably gonna be the same as what you spend on trying to render a full face of something. And then because spending so much time on a portrait, you're not gonna bother drawing the whole body. Where to next? Actually, not sure if I should do the sides more lighter or more darker. I feel like I've never seen much of your portrait work. So so used to your dynamic pose work. Yeah, it's because those are the only ones I post. I used to just do portraits back then. I mean, yeah, I do draw on the whole body here and there, but it's not exaggerated or similar or anywhere similar to what I do now. It was quite more, basic and leaning more to studying stuff or just doodling whatever. The good old Kim Jung-gi phase. I mean, yeah, Kim Jung-gi tends to like also distort the figures, but people only know him for like doing accurate and doing the fisheye lenses stuff. Oh shoot, man. I was in the wrong layer. I cannot. I guess that's fine. I'm gonna change the color anyways. But yeah, back then I just do portraits. Just sketching because uh sketching portraits are like one of the easiest compared to like sketching the whole body. Especially a with a pen. Drawing the whole body is much more difficult. I should really keep on track of my layers. I keep making the same mistake over and over again. Because when it comes to portraits, all you need to know the anatomy is just the face, really. And you can just call it a day. But drawing the whole body just contains so many moving parts, basically. So it's kind of like much more harder to deal with. Give me this tool. But don't get me wrong, portraits also kind of has its own like nuance, procedures, and all that stuff. And actually, portraits are like one of the most popular thing to do at Instagram. Like everyone is doing it. Like every prominent or most mainstream like YouTubers and basically artists on Instagram. Most of them do portraits or known for doing portraits. You know, you know that stuff where they get a reference from Pinterest and then, draw it in their style. That's so popular on Instagram. It probably is still today. But for the most part, I don't really check on that side of Instagram. The stuff I see more on my Explore is more onto like niche stuff. and mostly from concept artists. So, but yeah, back then when I'm just like seeing mainstream artists, all they do is portraits. Oh, I just realized my thing wasn't charged. Yeah, well, at least you didn't get stuck in the portrait only loop. Yeah, that's a good thing though. Because once you get so comfortable at doing portraits, it gets so harder. It gets much more harder to escape from it. Where to go next? I'm gonna put some designs later on this pants. And I'm actually planning to put some tattoos here and there again. Just like what we did last time. Because I actually liked how it looked. I'm planning to do more of it. I noticed that. Yeah, it was really popular at Instagram. Like, just doing portraits. I think the one who's like I can name is Sam. I can remember his name actually. Yeah, never mind. I can't remember his name. He has a YouTube account though. I cannot remember. I'm so bad at remembering names. Oh my god. Oh, I think that was crashing. When yeah, and it was like also one of the easiest way. It's basically a trend, to be honest. At this point, it's like a trendy thing. Sam does art. Yeah, there we go. There's also this other guy, but I'm not sure if he still does portraits or whatever. And most of them are YouTubers, actually. But I can't blame them. Portraits are just real nice and fun. And I was in the wrong layer. Oh, I should also turn this off. Yeah. And select this again. This color is really dark, so I might just put some highlights to it later. Just to give it more dimension. And to give purpose of these lines, I literally spam these pants with lines only just to be barely visible because of this color. So I'm gonna use some highlights to make them more defined. Cause that is such a waste. But that's usually a thing in illustration. You either keep it or you don't. I notice people tend to gravitate towards artists whose skills feel attainable as well. Yeah. Now also. It's basically one of those what do you call this? Aesthetic, I guess? Aesthetic-esque kind of feel to it. And for some reason, orange is everywhere. Everyone is using orange. I mean, orange is like the most common color, I guess, used for like what you tend to see on like aesthetic videos and all that. And even that pale green, it's a more pastel looking green. Everyone's using that. But no shame, no hate. Just something we notice. But yeah, it's commonly artworks that basically attracts most people, not only just artists. Because here's the thing, for the most part, the ones that are gonna appreciate your art are more likely artists themselves. And it's not like other people can't appreciate art, but it's just a different level, so a different sort of level. And those type of artworks are just much more favorable, like for most people. That's why you can see like a variety of like art styles and all. I'm gonna make this more lighter. Use the wrong button for that one. I think that's kind of looking green, but that's alright. Oh, and the ones that are also like one of those guaranteed formula to get famous or to gain traction from people is probably tutorials. Like that sells like crazy. I mean, it's one of the most, I guess, gonna be stolen. A lot of people are tending to like repost that type of stuff, but for the most part, those are like one of the basic formulas you can get to get like attract a lot of people. Most of them are probably artists, but it does take up a lot of attention. It's kind of like one of those guaranteed formulas. art instructors make a lot more than many professionals, like tutorial creators. Yeah, that's true. It's because they can like, for example, you can just make a video like maybe 10, 5, 10, or 20 videos of like tutorials and make it like some sort of exclusive content. And people would buy that like crazy. They're gonna buy it like if it was a fast food chain or something. When it comes to its if it's like a laborious task or not, I would say yeah, it's less laborious, I guess, compared to like those who only make art. But that's quite a different standard, so it's not even fair to like compare the two. Okay, let me just see which parts I want to color next. I think this is too bright. And then shift that to something much more darker. Like for example, if there's an artist that you look up to, for example Kim Jong-gi, and he just sells like tutorials, you know it's gonna sell like crazy. And you know people would really be into that, especially when people are like demanding how to be like him, demanding how to know how to be like him. Keep getting lost. Our dogs are like going crazy today. But I guess that's how it usually goes, especially if you're starting out like a social media account. If you're just starting out, uh a lot of those times from based from my experience, it's a lot of trying to go along with trends, doing fan art, but I also trying to balance like me trying to check out some stuff, experimenting and all that. But for the most part, it's just basically getting yourself out there. And I guess I basically had my own or have my own formula right now, which is basically, characters in crazy poses. And I guess that's what I'm known for right now. I still have no idea how people view me. And it's basically once you've established that sort of image, I guess you either continue it, but at the same time you you try to like evolve and try to put some new things here and there, just so you don't produce like the same thing over and over again, unless you are like uh nothing more but a content producer. But hey, if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And I don't think uh man, I also hear this sort of like advice about like, you know, making an Instagram account, making an art account and all that. A lot of artists I notice that they say start with a fresh account. And the funny thing is I didn't. I didn't start with like a fresh account. Like my account is like old, like crazy old. And it's either I post something or I don't. Like you can probably scroll down to the abyss and you can see some of my old artworks. There, and it's not even I'm posting consistently. I just post whatever. And it's only like somewhere around when did I get my first tablet? Somewhere around 2019 or 2020. Basically when the pandemic happened and lockdown happened is where I started posting more often. That is facts, Lol. As long as you're popular and somewhat decent, people tend to want to learn from you. Yeah, people would just hands down be thirsty for that knowledge. Like, what software are you using? How the heck did you do this? How do you do this? How do you do that? What tool are you using? What's the technique for this? Do you have any tips? What motivates you? I'm like, oh my god. And for me, I don't know how to respond to this until now. I'm like, especially those type of questions like how do you improve, how do you get so motivated and all that stuff, and I'm just like, I just draw. I unfortunately only just draw a lot, and yeah, it sucks. It kind of just literally the way to improve is only just by drawing. I know it sucks and it's like time consuming and all that, but either way I don't really have a different answer for it. And it's not like our the advice or artist advice, instructions, how to guides, tutorials, tips or whatever are different from one another. The approach may be different, but the concept is overall the same, no matter what tutorial it is or where or who artists created it. The concept is kind of there. And just really just similar. Yeah, I'm back. It was much shorter drive than I thought. Nice. Welcome back, bro. Okay, I'm like trying to check if I'm in the correct layer or not. Oh my god. I have to keep track. Or else I'm like gonna panic again. And do my best to not swear. Man, after seeing dudes drawn with no nipples, it's so weird. It's so weird to see them in the flesh. What did I miss? Any good topic come up? We just talked about like uh stuff that goes around Instagram, like trendy artworks and all that. And tutorials are like the hottest stuff to produce in social media. If you're making an art account or whatever, tutorials are like one of the ways to go, making tutorials. I noticed that a lot of people are always like, I need that tutorial from, when there are thousands of other similar tutorials. Exactly. It's not like it's gonna be any different. The concept is pretty much there, and the principle is still pretty much the same as everyone else. And people were like, "Oh my god, you copied that method to this artist." I'm like, "No, you can't even own a method. What? You can't just copyright it." It's kind of like music. Like, can you really own a note? You can't. No, you can't. Only so many ways to draw on the body. Yeah, oh my god. Especially in anatomy. Like, how do you approach anatomy? How do you approach this? How do you draw so well? How do you draw them so well? And I'm like, you just base off references and draw. I really cannot advise you with anything else. And most of the method I use is just as similar as anybody else has been doing. What brush you use is always a question everyone asks. Yeah, that question is probably inevitable if you're an artist. What software are you using? Especially as an animator. If you are an animator, 99.9% a person would ask, what software are you using? And I think a guy, an animator that I follow, he's basically known and famous for like animating with Blender. And he always plaster his post that I use this on Blender. And people would still ask. It's so funny. Like, oh my god, you made this in Blender? What software did you use? It's that type of stuff. Yep, I definitely did not say that to Kim months ago. Yep, I definitely did not. I mean, it's pretty natural. Like, it's kind of like, it's just curiosity. I can't blame them. Even I get curious of like, oh, I wonder how they did that. Especially to artists like I look up to, or artists that I really get influenced by. Like, I remember like, oh my god, this artist is using that pen. I need to buy that pen. Oh my god, they are using that notebook, that sketchbook. I need to have that sketchbook. As if it's gonna make a difference from my skills. It's not. It's not. But curiosity is just, it's just right there. And I think it's much more better that way. Like, just stay curious. It's much more better to be curious than to be morbidly trying to self-deprecate yourself. I really hate that stuff. Like, stop with the self-deprecating thingy. It's not a good look. I would much prefer you to be curious than to be like trying to pity party yourself, because it's not gonna help you. Honestly, like, are you trying to make everyone feel bad about it? Like, I just do not get the thought process of it, basically. I mean, yeah, there are times I'm like, oh my god, I hate whatever I create. But either way, I try not to, you know, drag other people with that sort of deprecation. Like, oh my god, look at me, I can't do stuff. Like, I try not to drag anyone else along with me, that sort of stuff. And of course, if you like vocalizing, I guess it's yeah, it's fine. Get your thoughts and feelings out there. But for the most part, you're just making everyone feel bad. And it's just an awkward situation overall for me. I'm like, what am I supposed to say? How do we exactly respond? I mean, yeah, obviously, the number one way to go is to comfort you and be like, oh no, don't be so hard on yourself and all that stuff. I didn't mean to put you on the spot. I definitely done those things before. Yeah, it's not that bad. It's just curiosity, honestly. In Modern Day James channel, he has in big letters the screen software Clip Studio, and they ask for the software on screen. Yeah, it's like they cannot read it all. Like you plaster the whole picture with like, I made this in Clip Studio Paint. People would still ask, what software did you use? I haven't bought so many brushes from people I follow on Insta. I start to get frustrated with my art when my taste outpaces my skills. Man, that's the thing though. My taste in art is completely different from what I'm doing. Like, there are times I appreciate art that is like super stylized, like heavily stylized, that is kind of like a cartoon or just an aesthetic poster or whatever with mascots and all that stuff. And the theme is like way out of like what I'm doing. Some are more cutesy, some are more like horror based. And it's kind of like a dilemma. Is this art that I'm appreciating is what I aspire to be, or just something I appreciate? Because I'm not gonna lie, I get confused by the feeling of it. Like, do I appreciate this, or do I aspire to be, or to have the ability to create this sort of stuff? And that's pretty normal. And at this point, I'm just like, just take the chill pill and do whatever. Okay, let's make this golden. I'm not sure if I could keep the gray and all that stuff. I'll probably turn that into another black also. Man, I'm already using a simple palette, but I'm still indecisive. It doesn't have to be the exact though. I just need like a reference, I guess, in a way. Like, for example, back then, I'm gonna mention my Kim Jong-gi face once more. Because, my god, that took a while. That took a section of my life. And obviously, my skills back then compared to Kim Jong-gi is like, it's not even a fair comparison. But regardless, it's one of those, I appreciate this, and I aspire to have this sort of skill. And then once I get to a point where I'm like satisfied, I guess, that's where it all changes. I appreciate the art, but it feels like I don't want to aspire or continue to be like him, if that makes sense. Haha, true. Like, I would never buy prints of any of my work. That is so me, though. Like, for the most part, there's only barely, like, I make a lot of artwork, right? It's like, there's like 500 posts right now, I think, in Instagram. And some of my artworks, for example, in the present, when I made them, I'm like, oh, this is good. One of my favorites. And then as time pass on, or goes on, it's not even a long ass time. It's not. It's more like after a few days or weeks. Or maybe just a week, to be honest. Because my art style is kind of like, it's kind of erratic. Back then, especially. I'm just like, oh, I hate this now. And there's only like a one or two favorites, I guess, or artworks, I think, that I really, really like, I guess. But for the most part, that feeling is not forever. It's only gonna last a while. Would you say that you felt limited trying to follow the path of Kim Jong Il, like all the restrictions of no erasing ink only? I mean, I was already kind of used to like only using the ballpoint pen and any pens because I don't have a pencil. I don't have a pencil back then. And even if I have a pencil, I'm like, oh my god, I'm gonna erase this and what? You're gonna redraw it with a pen, which basically breaks the pen. I'm like, yeah, let's just draw straight with a pen. And it's not like I completely. Actually, never mind. I did sort of follow him like religiously back then. But nah, it didn't feel. It didn't felt that way. It's more like I'm kind of like obsessed back then. Back then, for some reason, I'm like, if I do not have, or basically if I don't have like any sort of satisfaction, I'm not gonna stop. I'm not gonna stop until reach a certain point where I'm like satisfied. When I like followed him religiously back then. And for the most part, I just learned a lot from him. Yeah, it's a lot of like copying and mimicking. Like uh like I'm not kidding. Even the way he holds his pen, I started copying it. And you know Kim Jong-un doesn't do tutorials, so I only just watch his process videos and all that. But after a while, and when I reached a certain point, I guess, I'm more than happy to have what I learned from him. I did learn a lot, but after that, my style is basically just gone or much more different compared to back then. And I just started digital art and traditional art are like really different. So, especially in terms of difference, in terms of experience, I mean. And that's where it gets wild. And I have to abandon like the method of what he usually does because I was like, okay, screenless tablet, still not used to it, completely new tools to deal with. So I have to abandon like, and it's not like I've forgotten those methods. I kind of still use them, but for the most part, I don't use them all that much compared to now. All of this is like in the wrong layer. That's so annoying. Let me just merge it instead. Not gonna lie, it was kind of like heartbreaking, whole low key heartbreaking, because when I was like switching traditionally to digitally, I'm like, I have to kind of like abandon most of my stuff that I learned, and it's kind of like learning how to draw again when you're transitioning to digital art. You have to know software, you have to know the tools, you have to know shortcut keys, and finding the right brush. And yeah, it's basically learning how to draw again. But overall, I don't regret it. I wouldn't say it's that grueling, but I guess it kind of was because there's like no tutorials and all that stuff, and I have to like rely on intuition alone. That's why you should never design a tattoo for yourself. You will end up hating it in less than a year. That is so true. I would never dare to have a tattoo. I mean, I can use like, what do you call this? A permanent marker or markers or whatever to draw on like my skin. Back then, that was like high school. And even some of my classmates asked me to draw on their arms or whatever for some reason. Like I had that one guy who just always asked for like, oh, give me a tattoo or something. And I would just grab a marker or pen or something and do some doodles on his arms. And there we go. Let's save this. Oh, tell us your favorite artwork that you made. Do I have one? Currently? Currently. Where is it? I wonder. I'm not even sure if I can call it a favorite. Because most of this stuff is either I don't care about it. It's gone. It's posted. I don't care about it anymore. And the ones that I kind of like are just like my feeling to it is more like, oh, that's cool, I guess. Could have been better, but let me see. Let me see. I guess for now, it's the one that uh that one girl that are like that I draw with the tattoo on, and then the other one would be, you know, the dude with the water splash, the water Nike, water Nike symbol. I think in animation I do have a favorite, and that is effects, because they're just so easy. They're just so easy. I mean, it's a pain in the ass, but for the most part, I find them fun enough for me to not be miserable when making it. That's how I feel when animating effects. Anyways, where were we? I think all of this are done and we can finally hide this. And continue on to render. Maybe I'll do the multiply layers first because I kind of like it that way. Oh, and I also want to try to render out like a way to render out like the skin or the body parts much more better. Oh my god, this coloring is so whack. I cannot. It's usually because of the selection tool. That's why there's like some pixels that are like not so solid. What tablet are you using? I'm using the XP Pen Deco Pro. The medium one and the wireless one. I did not expect I would be using the wireless feature of this more often. But man, once you go wireless, it's just you cannot go back, I guess. And I was worried if there's any sort of like latency, because that's the thing when it comes to wireless stuff. There is some sort of latency to it, as no matter how advanced the Bluetooth connection is, there's gonna be some latency. I'm not using my the other one. XP Pen gave me a screen tablet, but I'm not using that one because I just don't like the feeling of drawing on a screen. The water sans Fiend May. Wait, not Fiend Goal. Yeah, man, the Sans one was really good. I cannot forget about it. Anything that contains a Sans reference, I'm just like happy. It's such an overused joke, or literally a fuck. Oh my god, I swear. Well, minus points for me, but I don't really have an established rule for punishment here. It's just so funny. It's like a dead ass meme right now. Like that meme is just plummeted to the ground and really old. But it's still so funny to me. And I'm not even really into Undertale that much. I mean, yeah, I'll give praise to like the game, because the game was good. And for the most part, I'm mostly neutral about it. But I'm not gonna lie, the soundtrack is a banger. And that I cannot deny. Oh, I really love that red-haired woman you drew the other day. I think that's the one with that too. Yeah, I also like that one. Because I did not expect the tattoo would look... like, I did not expect the tattoo would work. It's just something I thought of, like, oh, maybe I can add a tattoo because I wanted to try adding tattoos to characters. And you know, an actual design, fully designed colored tattoo instead of just like, you know, a black mark and then lowering the opacity kind of tattoo. Enough of that. I think I've had enough of that. But yeah. Actually, that's also, I just realized that that illustration where the red-haired girl is actually similar to the red-haired guy I also drew back then. But the pose there is much more exaggerated. Here's the thing, I cannot be, for some reason, I am super not into those crazy poses. It's not the crazy poses that I typically dislike. It's just the exaggerated parts of it. You know, the exaggerated parts where the hands are like crazy big or the feet are like crazy big because they're like in your face. There's a higher tendency I'm not gonna enjoy that illustration or not gonna be super into that illustration. It's fine, it looks fine. Like, yeah, maybe I'll like it in a few years. But for the most part, I'm mostly neutral about it. It's not like I hate it. It's just, it's whatever. That's the feeling. I don't hate it, but at the same time, it's not like my favorite child, I guess. Let's put in the cheeks here. And let's brush this nose. I'm gonna brush some of the cheeks first. I'm not familiar with swearing vocab, but does deadass count? If so, Kim found. Oof. I do not count like those type of words. Is it weird? I mean, yeah, they're informal words. But for the most part, I don't count them. Because I think they're not as profoundly bad. Because they're literally just ass. That's it. Like, the word ass is much more tamer in comparison than the F word or the S word, I guess. But let me try to, like, exterminate. I'm gonna count that one too. Let's count that one too. Because I got so used to that phrase. Not gonna lie. Because everyone was using it. And also, I just like that word for some reason. Puts more emphasis. Okay, I'm not sure if this is the right shade. So let me just crank down the saturation because I feel like it's too saturated. Okay, hold up. Let's also make this solid, like lower nose part. I also want to try rendering the muscles. Like, apply this principle to the muscles also. It looks crappy right now. But that's a thing about painting. This method is much more atrocious if you're painting. I mean, the painting part, or a painting method is probably much more different than this. But I think that is what made me stray away or stray further from painting. Because if you're painting Like, for example, you're midway to the artwork. Everything looks wrong. Everything just looks wrong. I mean, yeah, it's not finished, but for the most part, it just feels like it's going nowhere. That's the feeling of it. Or that's how I felt when painting. Let me actually try to render this out also. It's basically blocking. That's, I guess, a way to call this method. You're just blocking the sections out and then just blur and smudge it. It's more of a shortcut, to be honest, at this point. Because I don't want to use the airbrush all too much. Or use the airbrush initially. Because using the airbrush initially is not a great feeling. It's not great. Basically, it's just a hard tool to navigate, man. He's gonna look like some sort of titan for now. Or gonna look like he's skinless. But that's the thing. That's what most of this process usually goes. It looks weird. I'm gonna blur the edges so in that way it doesn't look too solid. And then I'm just gonna airbrush it. If you're gonna question, like, what was even the point of this if you're just gonna erase it? And buddy, I have the same question as you. I guess it's just a way to, like, layer stuff. It's kind of working. I don't know. We're just gonna experiment today, honestly. Let's just freaking go. It kind of works. It kinda works. Danger Hook, welcome. Looks like you were giving him a bad sunburn. True. Gotta get them SPF, man. Protect yourself. Use sunscreen. Man, here's the thing. Using sunscreen isn't really a regular thing here. Like, we're pretty much used to just being or not even doing skincare until lately. But as of now, I'm trying to put sunscreen recently, and my god, should have done this. Should have done this way longer or before, especially when we are parading. Oh, I don't know if I mentioned this, but we usually have this event on our school, especially back in elementary school and junior high school, in my old Catholic school. We have a certain week it's basically Foundation Week where we get to celebrate like the day of when the school got founded and all that stuff. And we just get to play games and all that. But the first day is dedicated to us doing a parade. It's not even an exciting parade, it's just a bunch of drum and lyres, students playing. It's not even professionals that are playing, it's just basically us walking. And that's it. We're just gonna walk few blocks of the town. And mind you, traffic is crazy on that town. And the fact that we have to parade on such a heavy trafficked area, I can tell a lot of people are like pissed. And why the heck are we even doing this in the first place? If we're just literally just walking to get sunburn. And mind you, we're not like allowed to take breaks or whatever. Like the teachers were kind of strict. I mean, yeah, they kind of let us they allow us to buy like water and stuff, but we're not allowed to like completely escape from that from that fiasco. And I remember being so sunburned at that time. Even my teacher was like laughing at me and asking me like, are you okay? Because again, I was like one of the girls that are like really pale in comparison, because I don't go outside. And everyone kind of know that. And my teacher is like, our advisor is like, are you okay? You're gonna get crazy sunburns. And I'm like, nah, I'm dying. It's like blazing hot and you're making us walk few blocks of the street and only causing traffic. What is this parade even for? It's not even those fun parades that you get to be happy on seeing. No, it's just a bunch of students in uniforms that is like walking and causing traffic. Man, I did not miss that at all. And never will. Man got seared on the frying pan. He got defriended. Oh my god, please do not crash. Thank god. It's just my auto save kicked in. So yeah, I do that and then erase it. It kind of looks ridiculous. And kind of like pointless. I'm like, why do you even do this? Fam, I have the same question as you are. But it does look good. For me, I guess. Looks good for me. Oof, that's the wrong color, buddy. I'm gonna make this, crank it up higher. It's not like you're erasing it completely. You're not. You're just adding layers to it. So basically act like noisy neighbors, but out in the streets. Yeah. But it's just a swarm of students. I am also allergic to the sun. Let's go. I mean, going outside with the sun out, especially around afternoon, is just a death sentence. Like, you would need an umbrella, or else you're just gonna die of heat stroke. But honestly, we're like, our country is known for like having extreme heat waves, but at the same time, we still drink coffee and soup, and we eat soup despite having like 45 degrees Celsius. Like, I'm not kidding. There was a time it was like 40 degrees, and my mom, we had soup for lunch. It saps my energy, which is why I'm always watching your streams like 2 a.m. Ungodly hours. Let's go. I can't even tell if I'm like a morning night person or whatever they call it. Bro, I'm barely a person at this point. Because I'm always not that energized in the morning. But at the same time, I get sleepy at the afternoon. And then at night, I either am sleepy or just cannot sleep at all. I'm tired feeling, but I can't sleep. That's the thing. Okay, let's actually go to add some shadows here because I'm not. Here's the thing. This is why I don't do this. The reason why I don't do this stuff, this sort of rendering, I just do not enjoy the look of it. I still like the solid forms of shadows. It's weird. But I need to do it right now because I need those layers. Because I can't lie. Those be looking real good. I guess to conclude is that my body clock is just whack. And cursed at this point. Oh my god, it's actually kind of hot right now. It's like 40 degrees today. Oh my god. I might need to like make my fan switch over to me because I'm like kind of dying, low key. Especially when we are at the city, when we are like in Cabanatuan, basically a city, a few towns from us. It's so hot there. It's like one of the hottest places here. I mean, I get it. Our region is known to be really, it gets really hot here. We are known for our rice fields, but at the same time, the heat here is no joke. And I can't help but be jealous for other regions that are like colder or has like colder temperatures. I'm like, sheesh. No wonder it's like really popular for tourists. Philippines. Yeah, I'm from the Philippines. Whenever I hear rice fields, all I can think of is Filthy Frank. Yeah, I don't blame you, man. Filthy Frank is like embedded to my brain. I will never forget him. Especially Pink Guy. His albums are lit. And the humidity makes it feel hotter than it probably is. Yeah. Oh my god, are you serious? Right when I mentioned that is like, it feels like 40 degrees, it turns completely dark right now. It's about to rain. Are you kidding me? What a coincidence. What? Oh, what? One heck of a timing. I guess prayers answered, I guess. The rain is probably gonna be really, really loud though. I mean, it's a good thing my mic doesn't pick it up all too much. But I cannot hear myself. That's the problem. You guys can hear me, but I cannot hear myself. But so far, it's only cloudy. It's like, oh my god, it's like almost nighttime. Oh, I think the rain's starting. I cannot believe this. I'm like losing my brain. Kim did not fall for the bait. You wish. Not this time, fam. I was so tempted to say it too. Feel free rings. Yeah, it's like one of the most famous quotes from him too. Because it's so applicable to every Asian. Yeah, it's basically applicable to Asia. Because most of us eat rice. And rice is like our life. It gets hot in the summer here, but our humidity is like 25. Here it goes around 60. I mean, yeah, sometimes it's lower, but for the most part, it's just hell. Humidity or not, it's just too much, man. Oh yeah, by the way, it's now raining. Right after we talked about the weather being hot, what a coincidence. What perfect timing for the rain to come by. I mean, yeah, it's kind of like rainy season here now. So it's kind of regular for this stuff to happen. But rainy season and at the same time with ridiculous heat temperatures is just insane. It's either sunny or rainy. That's the only weather we have here. Burped. Oh, and I just remember we have like, my mom bought me some snacks. I have a recent favorite snack, and I'm very surprised that it's a Filipino food or Filipino snack. I thought it was a foreign one. They're called Silvanas. And I'm so surprised that it's like originally from here. But it's just basically a frozen cookie. But Let me see the ingredients. Layer of buttercream sandwich between cashew meringue wafers coated with cookie crumbs. Sheesh. But I'm more surprised that it's a frozen cookie. It felt more like like an ice cream sandwich because you have to keep it frozen. And it feels more like, yeah, an ice cream sandwich. But I guess it's because it's bite-sized, that's why. The rain stopped. That's weird. Oh, it's just windy. Crazy winds. But hopefully it doesn't... Hopefully the rain doesn't get too loud. I think that's the only thing I don't like about the rain here. It just gets so loud, man. I mean, it's probably our house not being, or having thin roofs, I guess. But heavy rain is just... It's just so loud, man. I don't really like loud stuff. Sometimes. I mean, for the most time, I think. Just do not like it. It's not like I find them unbearable. It's more of a, I guess, specific sounds, I guess. I've been wondering, do you guys have choco pie? Yeah. I think that's pretty common. Yeah, it's really common here. But I don't like them. Because I don't like marshmallows. I don't know why. Again, I have to put a disclaimer. I am very, very picky with food. And I'm also have weird tastes when it comes to food. Like for example, cake. I don't eat cake. I can eat them, but I don't like them. I don't like marshmallow, chocolate, or peanut butter. Oh, never mind. You're much more inhumane than me. I'm just kidding though. But yeah, everyone has their poison, I guess. Oh, it's a Korean food. Really? Oh my god. But yeah, it's really popular here. I'm just more surprised it's from Korea. But unfortunately, no, I don't like marshmallows. I just do not understand it, I think. I remember being a kid, like, you know, from cartoons and stuff, they do this marshmallow thing, campfires and all that. I'm like, well, I want to try that. Mind you, I was a kid. And when I had a marshmallow, I'm like, supremely disappointed of what I just witnessed. And I'm like, maybe it's better if it's cooked or something. I didn't try it because my mom won't let me. So I never tried the marshmallow with the version that is like more cooked. But I did try it out when it's not cooked, and I just did not like it at all. If you had said that to a South Korean, you would be been shamed. Bro, I'm already blasphemous for being Filipino. Like, here's the thing. Here's a famous dish in the Philippines. If you do not like lumpia, what even are you? Funnily enough, North Korea loves slash hates choco pie. I just don't like the marshmallow part. That's all. If I'm gonna eat it, I'll probably remove the marshmallow. Roasted marshmallows are alright, but s'mores are. I have not tried them, but overall, marshmallows are just. I'm not gonna eat them ever again. It just feels so weird for me to eat them. Like they're so soft, but at the same time, they're kind of powdery. And once they're like in my mouth, melting, I just feel like I put glue on my mouth. That's how it feels like. I'm not sure I've seen them here. I'm pretty sure we have something similar. Yeah, it's actually kind of common here. I think we have our own version of it. Chocolate pies are quite really common here. But most South Korean food snacks are actually quite they can actually be easily found here. Cause Philippines just loves Korea all that much. They love the South Koreans. I honestly can't blame them. Like even Korean barbecue, samgyeopsal. Those type of restaurants are really common now here in the Philippines. Like we see them everywhere. Even milk tea, boba tea or whatever. Those stuff are really common here. And it's probably because of trending and all that stuff. It's mostly because of the trends. But honestly, I cannot blame them. Man, I also have a weird thing about Korean barbecue. Because here's the thing in Korean barbecue or eating samgyeopsal. You have to roast it yourself, right? And that's the thing. That's the thing about Korean barbecue. It's all about hanging out with other people. But as a way to eat conveniently, I do not recommend it. You're much more better off eating somewhere, any sort of fast food restaurant. If you're eating for convenience, do not do Korean barbecue. You gotta toast those mellows. But I hate burnt stuff. Yeah, eating marshmallow just feels like eating glue to me. I'm sorry, marshmallow fans. Chocolate, I don't like every chocolate. Dark chocolate though, that's an S tier. Easy S tier. But yeah, chocolate at this point is kind of like vanilla. It's just one of those flavors you cannot go wrong with. The new vanilla, or at least the equivalent of vanilla here. Because if you pick vanilla here, you're kind of like the flavor is just too boring or too bland. So we ended up picking up chocolate instead as the regular or as the basic one. Basic choice. So it's kind of like the new vanilla or our vanilla. When SK sent NK the first batch of Choco Pie, The citizens love it so much that they continue to buy them for the workers, but it's viewed as the ultimate symbol of capitalism. But they can't help but keep on ordering chocolate. Oh man. I can't even tell if it's still a communist country. Is that a way to say it? Because they're kind of like capitalism, but they're just not saying it. Or maybe they are just bad at it. Korean barbecue restaurants is becoming more common here in California, which is I am happy about. Yeah, they're getting really popular. I mean, yeah, it sucks that you have to cook it. It kind of sucks that you have to cook it for yourself, but I think that's the fun part of it, so I don't mind it all too much. But I remember that time we have like our own Korean barbecue style breakfast, and I remember being miserable because I'm with my friends. We just woke up. We just want to eat at that point. And having a Korean barbecue is like the worst idea to do so. Because we're already hungry and I need to leave. So I barely ate anything. Not good for convenience, but for hanging out, it's S tier. Chocolate overbearing, bruh. It's like so thick. I mean, it depends on what kind of chocolate we're talking about. Because chocolate as a flavor, it's fine. I still prefer dark chocolate, to be honest. I hate the type of chocolate where it's too sweet. Like, I can feel like I'm dying. Like, every bite I take, it feels like my teeth is gonna rot. Those are the type of chocolate I don't like. It's very specific, basically. As an ice cream, it's fine. Is anything else? Man, I hate this trend around ice cream. I think it's because of Nestle. I think I always see them at Nestle. You know, I just want like a regular ice cream. One flavor. Like, you know, a regular ice cream. Vanilla or chocolate. Just chocolate. But no, the options are, here's an ice cream with a bunch of cookies, a bunch of flakes, a bunch of wafers in it, and I'm like, just give me chocolate. What is this? You're just putting up so much stuff for one flavor or whatever. I'm just like, just give me chocolate, please. I just want it to be simple. Especially, I don't know why, but people mix chocolate and peanuts together. And I hate that so much. I hate it with a passion. Especially to an ice cream. I'm just like eating the ice cream, enjoying it, lavishing on it. And then you felt a solid object. And you're just like, oh, a peanut. I'm just so turned off by it. Like, bro, just give me chocolate. I hated it. And why peanuts? Out of all the shit that you can put in there, why? It's like one of the worst. Cookies and cream is fine though, I guess. Well, it is one of my favorite flavors. But for the most part, chocolate is just a new vanilla. Or just new vanilla here. I think I swore again. Dang nabbit. I have to find creative words here. That reminds me of my favorite review story that my grandma's barbecue restaurant had. So, a couple of Americans for some reason entered her restaurant in the back, in the back, where the kitchen is, and they think they were being pranked. Then, when they got the raw meat, they did not know that they had to cook it themselves and thought they had to eat it raw. Oh no. Then they ran away and called the health inspector on the restaurant and kept on saying that no one should ever eat him. Stupidity. I mean, in that way, couldn't they at least like ask the waiter or someone, a staff or whatever, to like, what are we supposed to do here? I think you can also ask the staff to like cook the meat for you, but that is like awkward. It kind of feels awkward to me, like asking, because they're gonna be just standing there and we're like chatting and trying to stare at him cooking the meat, and it's just like an awkward thing. And yeah, I would rather be the one cooking it. But why did they enter to the back? What the heck? That's so weird. South Cali, near Los Angeles. Is Los Angeles LA? I think I keep mixing up Las Vegas and LA for some reason. Don't question me why. I just am terrible with names. But I think I got them now. LA is just notorious for like being the YouTuber's bird's nest. And Las Vegas is like, I don't know, all I can think of it is casinos. Yes, I am like basing around movies as my reference. It sounds stereotypical. I should really bail that out. Oh, was Las Vegas also like basically where celebrities are at? Or was that LA? I'm not the American. I don't know, the second it touches my tongue, it gets hard to swallow and I feel full. Same with too much meat or peanut butter. I hate peanut butter when it's too creamy. But peanut butter, our local peanut butter, is immaculate. That's why I cannot hate it. But when I tried, like, what's it called? Skimpy? Skippy? Skippy. When I tried the Skippy peanut butter, I'm like, what the heck is this? I just feel disgusted. And I just prefer our local peanut butter. Because the Skippy one was just too creamy for me. And it felt like I was eating vomit. I'm sorry. Why peanuts? Exactly. Why put peanuts on a chocolate ice cream? Well, who doesn't know what hot pot is? Also, I watched a rant on TikTok about how the best Asian American restaurant are 3.5 stars. Blasphemous. Look at these peasants. They don't know culture. But yeah, couldn't they at least, ask a staff to like get to know what to do? Because that's what we did when we're like going for the first time. Or what we tend to do if we're going to a restaurant for the first time. Also, I never tried hot pot yet, which is a shame. I don't think it's that common here just yet. Only Korean barbecue. It's hard to believe those people were even able to book a flight properly. 4 stars, not authentic. 3 stars, the food isn't good enough. But at 3.5 5, the Yelp crazies are offset by people giving reviews for the food. Oh yeah, I did heard that Yelp was kind of like crazy or somewhat cancerous. But hey, it's like people's opinions. It's bound to be like that. And they were so stupid that they did not even realize the grill in the middle of the table that the waitress clearly lit on fire is where you're supposed to cook the raw meat. They just thought it was decor. I'm betting. I'm betting they think that it's just decor. That's how they think. But why? How on earth they got to the back room? That's so crazy to me. I feel like I need to add more layers here, but and this one looks way too dark. And just do the colors for a bit. Trying to see if it's looking right or not. I'm gonna add one though, because I forgot about the lips and all. I keep forgetting parts, but that's okay. We're just chilling. And actually, we don't really tend to try out food all that much, because most kids here are like really picky, and I'm very picky. What is this? Why is it not filling out everything here? Still don't like the color. Oh, there we go. Now it looks right. It was just too red. Like, how did they think the back is the entrance? Because the way the building was set, you had to enter the restaurant on the parking lot to enter the back. That means you had to park your car out in the street and then enter the open door that leads to the kitchen. And how could they not process it that they're like in the wrong room? Because once we like, and the room for the staff is, or the entrance for the staff room is very, very different from the entrance. Like, you would definitely know that you're not supposed to go in that particular spot. Like, it's just obvious. It's just one of those obvious things. But I guess it's just one of those couldn't read the room type of situation. Cause over here, if you go to like somewhere like for to a mall or something, you would definitely know the difference between like an entrance for the staffs and entrance for like customers. And I'm surprised that they were able to determine that it was a restaurant. I know, right? I swear, I got an A in English, guys. I swear. But the parking lot is huge, and it's clearly where you are supposed to enter. How are they that stupid? Exactly. Like, it's really obvious where and where you're not supposed to go. I mean, unless it's horribly designed, I guess. And couldn't they ask or whatever? Because here it's kind of common for you to like just ask to other people what direction you want to go to and all that stuff. English is my first language and I can't even speak it properly. That is so me. I could barely talk in English, and in my native language, I'm just like, I'm a failure. Even my friends mock me of like, how do you not know the words of our own language, bruh? And I'm like, I was not raised right. What am what the heck do you want me to do? I think I swore again. And then we don't have a swear counter though. Should have put one before we started the stream. But yeah, not gonna lie, our English subject was kind of useless. But at the same time, here's the thing. We have the English subject from kinder to literally college. And here's the most ridiculous part. A lot of students, or a concerning amount of students, still cannot read properly or comprehend an English text. I couldn't tell you an example of it. I remember just one time my friends were like ranting and venting, like, how can the person be so stupid? And mind you, their course is in medicine. They're medtechs. What do you call it in full? Medtech. Medical technology. Their course is basically medical technology. And then there's this one student, I think it's their group mate, to their thesis, their research paper. And she has the most easiest task, by the way. She got the most easiest task out of the group. And she's like, do you know what she's about to do? The task that she needs to do is to just define the terms or terminologies that you're gonna use to the research paper. And that's like defining stuff. Like, you only need a dictionary for that stuff. But my god, this person does not know what to do. Like, she cannot comprehend what to do. She keeps asking, like, "Oh, what do I do? What do I do? Is this correct? Is this word correct?" She's not. She's not talking in English, by the way, and I don't think she can. And we get it. English is not your main thing, but my friend was explaining stuff to her in our own language. But no, she still cannot comprehend the shit. And there I go. I swear again. God, gosh darn it. And there's like so basically they just need to define the terms. And the terms they just need to like put there, or words they just need to put there, are just like jargons or stuff. You know, words that aren't typically used by regular people. And this person just cannot comprehend what to do. She puts the word improve. And mind you, improve is not, it's not even a jargon. It's not even a complicated word. It's the most common word that you can think of. And then my friend was all like, no, you're not supposed to use common words. We're supposed to use like jargons and all that stuff. You know, words we typically don't use in a certain setting. And she's like, did you know the thing she did? Like, my friend only requested to like remove the word improve because it's not necessary. So what the girl did, her group mate did, oh my god, she Google searched a bunch of synonyms for the word improve. She was literally given a task to just remove it. But no, she insisted on finding synonyms to a word that is so common to understand for 20 minutes. And I don't think they're gonna finish that research paper until at this point. I'm like, when I heard this is why I remember only being the only one who did our research paper. Like, I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. It sounds atrocious to just do the whole thing by yourself, especially when making like a thesis paper. Like, that's no fucking joke. Oh my god, I swear again. Like, that's no freaking joke. And my god, my experience. And at this point, would I risk giving my group mates a task where they would annoy me 24/7 for trying to ask me the most basic Bane questions that isn't even necessary at all? Or do I try to do it myself, which is much more faster, but the thing is, I'm the only one taking the bullet. And guess what I did? Of course I didn't let them do anything. I just capitalized on them. Like, that's the only thing I did. Like, my group members, their purpose was to print out the paper because it really required us to like print a lot of pages because of editing and all that stuff. And yeah, it's basically hell. And that's the only thing I asked them for. Just print the papers, pass it to our teachers. Even the editing, I'm doing the editing. And you guys are on your own if we're gonna do a thesis defense or a research defense presentation. It kind of sounds somewhat irresponsible, I guess. It's somewhat irresponsible because you're really not doing uh any sort of quality as a leader. But I did not ask to be a leader. That's for sure. But I know for a fact that my group mates are just not that capable on making any sorts of complicated texts or essays and all that stuff. And that's kind of sounds like it's condescending, the word for it. Like I'm trying to look down on my classmates and all that, and not believing on them. Bruh, mind you, this is senior high school, and they can barely formulate a block of text that is cohesive without repeating over and over again. Because that's what they do. Like, for example, if a teacher asked them to, like, make a 300-word essay, and when they're given a topic, they would just repeat the subject in different words. And that's it. And I'm like, okay, I'm hard stuck with this, guys. So what I did was just to capitalize on them. Just give me money, print the stuff, and you don't have to do anything else. If you want to do something, then they would be proactive on it. Like I'm not gonna do like, hey, can you do this? Hey, can you do that? Because I'm not going to. Because I don't trust you. It kind of sounds cocky too, not gonna lie. But at that point, I was like, I really do not want to bother and be held down by them. You know what I mean? Because if I give them tasks, they're gonna ask questions. They're barely gonna do anything. They're not gonna meet the deadline, that's for sure. They're not even gonna do it. Like, they would maneuver the situation. Like, they ask you questions, right? Like, what do we do? Like, oh, what do we do in this part? What do we do in this part? Is this part correct? They would maneuver the situation for you to just be frustrated and just be the one to just deal with it. Like, I know how they work. I know how this goes. And now that they're in college, yeah, they're probably gonna suffer. And honestly, they deserve it. Instead of being proactive and all that, bro, you deserve to, like, suffer in thesis and research papers. It's not even a rare thing. It's not even a rare occasion. It's quite common. Kim is Gilgamesh confirmed. Now all she has to say is Zazu towards her family. Did I pronounce it right? Zashu or Zazu? Towards our fellow students. That was like back on senior high though. That was far from over. I was just a ghost in college, to be honest. I didn't attend any sort of meetings. And if they're like chatting in the group chat, I'm just like trolling around. And I haven't made that much friends. which is sad. And honestly, at this point, I'm like, I just cannot vibe with them. That's all. It's probably because of the course I chose. Maybe that's why. And at this point, I think I'm just much more better off like choosing where I'm good at, or like, yeah, where I'm good at. Because I picked a college course where I was curious, or wanted to make money out of, instead of considering the factors of like, will I enjoy this or not. And guess what happened? Anyways, hold up. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break. BRB. Hello, I'm back. And where were we? So I'm doing the hair next. I think I haven't colored the eyebrows properly. Oh well. Actually, I'm not that complaining too much or crying about like, oh my god, my group A's are not good. Because our research papers, making a research paper or thesis at our school wasn't all that too serious. Because once you have like a reference to copy or base out of, it's kind of easy. You just need to copy sentences and that's it. All you have to, the difference you only have to make is the topic that you're discussing about. And at that point, I'm more than happy enough to have a group mates that just prints out the stuff, because it's just so expensive. Like honestly, school is expensive. School projects in general are expensive. Like after that research paper is done, we have to bind that. And that is actually expensive for us students. I mean, yeah, in US dollars it's probably cheap. But here it's expensive, especially as students. Also, I just asked them to give me snacks. Yeah, basically, I'm just capitalizing on them. Honestly, so worth. And still my big brain move. Wrong color. Not gonna lie, I do feel icky now. Maybe because I was sweating. Or what? It was too hot. With just the showers is kinda not looking not all good. I only get excited when it's around adding highlights. Because it's almost finished at that point. But highlights is much more fun. But shadows have to be done. Or else everything is just gonna look flat. Oh no, let me just finish that part. Man, my sleep schedule is also kind of screwed up right now. Because last night, man, the stuff that I was watching last night was such a parkour of topics. Because first, I was watching stuff about Pablo Escobar for some reason. Because I was like watching true crime and stuff. And then for some reason, Pablo Escobar stuff got recommended. And then what else? And then the next one was I watched stuff about Keanu Reeves, which is one heck of a 180. And then the next one is stuff about Logan Paul. It was kind of like a back and forth things. A back and forth of like watching stuff. Like I'm watching Pablo Escobar stuff and I'm just like, whoa, and this is ridiculous. And then I go to Keanu Reeves, I'm just like, oh, it's so wholesome. And then go back to Logan Paul and I'm like, I have mixed feelings. It wasn't even completely watching Logan Paul. It's just like channels that are talking about them. Highlights make an artwork suddenly look 10 times better. I agree. Like with just the shadows and stuff, it still looks flat. Like, you know what I mean? Like still, you know, something still feels something missing. And just needs like a little oomph. Make it look better. Let's go to this more darker parts. Keanu Reeves to Logan Paul. What is YouTube doing? Exactly. My recommendations is kind of whack. It was so back and forth. Oh my god, I think I was in the wrong layer. First, I got recommended to this channel, which for some reason talks a lot about Pablo Escobar. And I don't really know all too much about this person. But yeah, I do hear his name like somewhere here and there. And even to that one phone, Pablo Escobar edition for some reason. It was trending back then. And then I think I also heard him about his hippos, which is basically absurd to me. Like, why is this? Who is this guy? Why is the stories that is like connected to him so crazy and wild? And when I watched a few videos about it, I'm just like, oh, he's actually crazy rich. Like, there's always this I think he always tries to hide his cash, right? And that's the way he was basically able to smuggle them, I guess, or launder some money. But he's basically considered as a billionaire, and I just cannot imagine you trying burying billions of cash. Like, how is that even possible? Like, that's loads of trucks filled with cash. Holy crap. And then after that, after one few videos of it, I got recommended about like Keanu Reeves stuff. And I think I actually did not know him because of The Matrix. I actually know him because of Constantine. Is that right? The movie Constantine. I actually loved that movie as a kid. I was just so I just found it very cool. And then at that point I was just surprised to get to know that it was a DC thing. Something from the DC franchise. My YouTube is recommending me She-Hulk to Ben 10 for some reason. Both things that I hadn't clicked or watched in a long time. Yeah, I also get recommended Marvel stuff. I don't even watch anything anymore from Marvel. But I think it's because I watched one video about their. It's not even remotely focusing on like about Marvel. It's just focusing on CG in general, like the state of CGI, for example. And for some reason, I keep getting recommended by this She-Hulk stuff. Like, hey, what's wrong with Marvel now? I'm like, I don't care. I don't care about this stuff. I don't even watch Marvel. I mean, yeah, you're pretty much gonna see Marvel stuff everywhere, though. I think I messed up my recommended. It only shows stuff I actually watch plus global trending. Oh my god. Your recommended is working perfectly fine. Because mine is so random. I think I need to start this one first. What color is this? It's green. Oh my god. I mean, not exactly green, but it's in the shade of it. I mean, back then, my recommendations are like exactly like that. Whatever is trending and just the stuff I regularly watch. But recently, it's just it's just parkour, man. And I cannot believe I'm getting into podcasts. Here's the thing, I'm never that good when it comes to listening ever, period. Even when it comes to reading. I mean, I guess I find it more bearable to listen or audio wise instead of reading. It's kind of like preferring audiobooks instead of like uh reading thoroughly or looking at it, seeing it. But I just cannot believe I'm getting really into podcasts recently. It's not even the typical ones, it's more into tech stuff. And just only MKBHD, I think it's from MKBHD. Oh my god, I'm in the wrong layer. And I think I much prefer it that way because it's just much more healthier to talk about that. Talk about tech instead of like drama related stuff, which is kind of like it kind of gets tiring. But nonetheless, I cannot believe I got into it. The only problem, I never get new content. I used to get new music from small artists. Yeah, that's the only thing that sucks though. It's basically stagnation. You're just seeing the same old thing. And it really sucks also if you're like craving for something new. Let me actually make the folds a little bit more complicated looking. Oh my god, this is why I do not like this stuff. Like there's this gaps all over the place. I'm the same way. Audiobooks are much better for me, especially because you can do artwork at the same time. Yeah, you can just basically multitask in a way. The most that I watch on YouTube is crime stuff, learning dark secrets, Disney or anything interesting videos. Like finding out which primitive builders are fake. Oh man. Man, that one was a ride. And honestly, I already know. It was just so obvious that they're fake. Like, I remember that one video. I think it was a video discussion about those fake primitive builds. And basically the guy on the video, on the primitive video, trying to be a primitive video, you know, those typical ridiculous builds that is obviously impossible to do if there's no machinery or you know, more workers, construction workers to do it. And there's this guy taking from whatever sort of lake that was, or a pile of mud or whatever, and they said, they put a text like concrete. I'm like, concrete or cement, I think. And I'm like, how do you get cement from mud piles and puddles? No, that's not how it works. Like, and also there's like, I'm from a family that is like, my uncles and even my dad is like a construction worker, so I'm kind of like familiar with the stuff. I'm not knowledge, don't know everything, but I do have some knowledge there. It's just so ridiculous to me. Like, nah, bro, you cannot pick up cement anywhere. And it's just obviously impossible. And I think there's one video of like, there's also another guy that is not supposed to be in the video, obviously. Like a I think it was a construction worker. And man, it was just obvious that it's fake. And what's sad about this is that this type of stuff is such a huge waste. I'm like, bruh, after they build it, after capitalizing on views or whatever, they're just gonna abandon that stuff and let it to rot. I'm like, what even is the point? I do like the primitive, the ones that are actually legit though. Primitive survival stuff. You know those Bear Grylls sort of like videos? It's not as intense, but and it's more laid back. But I do enjoy those type of content. I am 100% sure that I am never gonna go outside. But I am just so into this type of content back then. Even camping stuff. I watch that, but I don't do it. True crime is my favorite thing to have in the background while I draw. Oh, same. All the JCS stuff, JCS videos, cannot go wrong with it. And they're just a classic. And I think they stopped uploading though, which is a shame. Because they keep getting flagged, I think. Which is unfortunate. But I think I found like an alternative to it. Or a similar video to it. A similar channel, I mean. But they're a classic. Mixing dirt with water to make concrete. Bruh, are they trying to punk us? Exactly. Like, I know I don't have like a bachelor's degree to this type of stuff, but man, I know for a fact that dirt does not work that way. And at this point, I'm just like, okay. Okay. And just laugh. But of course, people wouldn't care about it and probably give it tons of views. I think mostly boomers are the ones that believes this stuff. Especially my mom. My mom comes across this type of videos on Facebook. Of course it has to be Facebook. And she thought it was legit. I'm like, bruh. Nah, actually I don't think she thinks that it's legit. Like they're only doing it with freaking scrap wood and like dirt, mud. She's just in awe of like what they made or the design of it. But for the most part, it's just like it's completely bogus. Though one faker did try to mix wasp. Wasp. To mix with dirt to make concrete. Bro, they think they're so slick. Nah, that ain't it, bro. Especially the cement one. They think they just literally think that they can just pick that up somewhere in the forest, of course. And we live like quite near to manufacturers of cement. And we know for a fact that it's not something. It's not a material that you can easily find on the forest. It doesn't even have forests, I think. They think we are all like those dumb restaurant guys. I feel like most of their viewers are either children or boomers. It's either of those two. There's no in between. Because they know for a fact that those are who reside in between probably knows that it's fake. Your mom sounds like she would believe the Chuck Norris memes. Those are old, bro. I haven't heard those in like years. But nah, I don't think she ever heard of Chuck Norris. I don't think she even come close to the concept of our almighty Chuck Norris. But she does watch those like it's not Dharman. Is that how you pronounce it? Dharman? The guy who makes really ridiculous movies. Dharman. Dharman. He basically makes those ridiculous story time or stories skits videos that is supposed to be dramatic and deep but it only feels like hashtag I'm 14 and this is the and plays around stereotypes too. But she does watch like similar videos to that one. Similar videos to Darman. It's not from Darman himself, but it is. It has that energy, you know what I mean? And I hate that she believes this type of stuff sometimes. I don't think she believes it, to be honest. She just watches it because she just found it on Facebook. I miss YouTube 10 years ago when people did not know how to game the algorithm and everyone saw the same videos. Now I feel old. Yeah, it just became more and more nuanced. And more restrictive, I think. Like for example, shadow banning videos. For example, your videos are somewhat low-key inappropriate or something. Or YouTube Gods does not approve your content. It's not gonna be recommended on too much about either to your subscribers or to other people. But yeah, YouTube back then was just much more simpler, much more peaceful. And everyone is just making goofy videos, that's it. Nothing more, nothing less. I think I was in the wrong layer again. Oh my god. Finally, I was hoping that someone would bring up Darman. The anime Darman video immediately killed me in the first 3 minutes. Like, bro, that's not how bullies work. Wait a minute, I was never bullied. Your opinion is redacted now. Was I ever bullied? I really cannot remember. I barely remember stuff, honestly. But all I know that bullying was just one heck of a thing here. It's either you join the bullies or you get bullied along with it. Either join them or get destroyed by them. I have not watched a single Darman video. I think I watched someone reacting to it. I think I saw like one video of 3 guys like reacting to our Darman movie. And the movie is about like this girl was apparently adopted when she found out that she was adopted, she was like, she instantly hates her step parents despite basically taking care of her and loving her genuinely. And then she tried to like go on to a venture to find her real parents. It's basically the plot of like Life is Strange before the storm. If you guys are familiar with it. And my god. That was alright. And I think I would much rather watch like react videos of Darman instead of watching the actual video from Darman. Because I cannot handle the clownery of it. The algorithm really did get more restrictive. Now it mostly looks into your recently watched, recently liked, and what's trending. Yeah, it's quite basic. Back then, I was somewhat amazed of the algorithm or the recommendations. But now I'm just like, it feels nothing. It's just similar to most about what I watched. Except music. Stupid algorithm no longer recommends me music. I suppose it favors longer videos. Yeah, that's also true. It's contradictory actually, because they also have YouTube shorts, right? So it's kind of like both extremes. It's either like a pseudo TikTok video or a really long video. My recommended is mostly frogs, art, and isopons. I refuse to give Darman a single view. If I do, my feed will be ruined forever. Same. That's officially my new favorite word. Clownery. It what describes him best. Because honestly, that's all he does. Okay, let's actually try. What is this? Oh. Trying to put some highlights now, I think. I'm gonna put some designs later, but I think I'll do that by the end. Once the highlights and all this stuff is rendered. My feed is actually... I don't really watch art stuff anymore. I guess I'm just not that interested about it anymore. Yeah, like under a minute or over 10-minute pain. There's no more Goldilocks zone. It's only both extremes. And my god, don't get me started with the ads. I had never heard of clownery until you said it, and it's now my part of my new everyday word. Really? I always hear this word all over the place. Especially when that Mulan... no, Mulan live action came out. Because they, this scene where Mulan was like applying or having makeup applied to her face was similar to that clown meme. The clown where he's like applying clown makeup. And honestly, what a parallel. Okay, I'm trying to look if I am missing some parts here and there. Okay, now we spam some highlights to the skin. My favorite part. Because finally, the skin doesn't look boring. Live action Mulan, the ultimate definition of clownery. It was the whole circus, my dude. Oh, and I also heard that TikTok, TikTok's algorithm is actually really good. And I cannot confirm because surprisingly, I do not use that. I refuse to use TikTok over my dead body, honestly. Because I know I'll probably. It's either I get really addicted to it or just do not care about it. Kind of looks like a rubber toy right now, but I'll erase it later. I'm not sure if you already listened to this song, but I gotta share it on Discord. It's so fun to listen to. Feel free to send it, man. Hey, non-TikTokers unite. Heck yeah, man. Too young for Facebook and too old for TikTok. That is honestly it's not true. I just cannot get into it. Like, there's already so much social media apps for me. Like, I already have Twitter. I already have Instagram. Facebook is still here. And YouTube, and my watch time is YouTube is like embarrassing. I'm like on YouTube for like 16 hours a day or 12 hours a day. It's much more crazier back then. But yeah. I mean, I feel like a boomer when I call TikTok. With a C. The algorithm is good because they literally know everything about you. The app is practically malware. Yeah. It's scary. Scary good. But it's kind of similar to Facebook. For example, I was like thinking of getting a fan, planning to buy one or whatever. And then Facebook is suddenly recommending me like a fan or something. And I'm just like, okay. What a coincidence, but okay. And yet I still browse it from time to time. Honestly, you just described people that uses Facebook here in a nutshell. Like hacking on Facebook is crazy. And people's nudes and sexual whatever, intimate photos and videos whatever are getting leaked is crazy. Like you can literally watch a guy getting killed on Facebook. That's how insane the app is. But so honestly, I feel like Facebook is still like the winner when it comes to that. When it comes to being the most cancerous app. Twitter is up there, but it's literally just the users. And honestly, I'm not surprised. Like, what did you expect? you made an application about like people voicing out their opinions. It's never gonna end good. I mean, there are wholesome times, but it's too rare. A YouTuber named some ordinary games. Oh, Budahar, who is an expert in programming, explains why TikTok is indeed malware and is storing every data you do. I mean, you can also say that to to Google, to Google and Facebook. But I guess Google is more a tad bit more trusted, I guess, right? Because it's Google. But when it comes to Facebook and TikTok, oh my god. I do not want it at all. It's like literally planting a bomb to your phone. My man Mudahar, let's go. I remember just being interested in him because of his laugh. His laugh is hilarious. And I just get like, what do you call it? You just get contaminated by his laugh. And him playing Last of Us 2, I think. I was just relating to him so bad. I mean, I think Last of Us is probably a good game. It's really just a matter of taste. But to me, in my of course in my opinion, those are the type of games that I will never finish because I would just get bored of like, what do I craft again? Oh, what do I need to collect again? And all this stuff, and get lost to the map because it's kind of like open world, I think. And I'm just like, where do I go? Why is it so dark? And honestly, I related so much when Mudahar was like, this game is boring. This game is boring. Yeah, because I would get bored too. When there's so much content to a game, I just get so overwhelmed by it. And it's probably more of a me thing instead of like, oh, this game has so much, the game is bad. No, it's not really that. It's really just a me thing. And I just do not like this type of games. I never liked AAA games, anyways. I forgot another reason that he explained why TikTok is untrustworthy, but it involved China. Yeah, basically. That's why it's like they're trying to ban it from America. I think it's also banned from Indonesia. I just could not remember. I can't be too sure. Speak of Last of Us 2 clownery. Honestly, at this point, I just like the concept art of Last of Us, like the art and all that stuff. I really don't care about the graphics. People keep like raving about the graphics. I'm just like, I don't care. Give me the concept art right now. And I hated the story. It's literally like, imagine Kratos forgiving Zeus. Killing everyone and then forgiving Zeus. And honestly, this is why I love God of War instead. It's just a much more better revenge story. Because I hate it. That's another thing I hate about revenge stories too. Like they keep saying revenge is bad, yada yada yada, but they do not deliver the message very well. I heard some people liked it, and that's really on you. And I think it's just messy. That's why it's kind of like uh divided the fans a lot. The story was just too messy. Not sure if the Cyberpunk 20. Oh, by the way, there's an anime for that, right? Cyberpunk. I was planning to watch it, but I don't know which day yet. Because I'm also trying to watch Primal, and I don't want to mix the two up. It's kind of a ridiculous reason, but that's how I work. I've heard about the game. I've heard that they're still working on it. I guess at least they didn't abandon it, I guess. Unlike some gaming company. So I guess I'll give them credit for that. But honestly, that's so... How do you call this? A little bit too forgiving to AAA games recently. And yeah, I remember that being so overhyped, and then once it released, people trashed on it and never been talking about it ever since. Like, literally forgotten. Oh, I think I made it too green. And I really cannot tell. It's fine, I think. Actually, never mind. It's too green. Is it green? I'm having... Could not tell the colors. Anyways. Another multiply. This time it's gonna be clipped. It's still sitting in my Steam library, unplayed. Oh man. People can like Last of Us too, but if you say that Ellie is a character that suffered the most in any media, in Last of Us 2 you belong in the circus. Cyberpunk got an anime? Yeah, people, it's made by Studio Trigger, I think. And I heard, and people are saying it's good, so might watch it. I'm gonna add it on my list. Have zero idea about the game, but gonna watch the anime instead. I'm just really not into open world games, guess. Like even in GTA, like what the heck am I supposed to do? I only ride the bicycle all over the place. And I don't even do the missions. But hey, I was a kid and I really have no clue what even GTA was about. I was playing GTA San Andreas. The most timeless GTA version, I guess. I also need to select this. I'm gonna go with my multiply. I think I need a different color for it. There we go. My partner played it on release and encountered the most ridiculous bugs. It was actually hilarious. Yeah, it was like, it was just buggy. And then like, what's it called? The content was actually far less than what they're expecting. Bro, honestly, at this point, I'm not even surprised. Most of the stuff is like rushed. Most of the stuff are like rushed projects. And trying to bank as much people as they can. But I guess the good news is that they didn't abandon it. They're like patching things up, basically damage control of how because of how disappointing it was. And honestly, I guess that's much more better than developers completely forgetting about it and then pretending that it didn't happen. Like there's actually a compilation of like cars literally bugging out on Cyberpunk. That was a time. But hey, if Cyberpunk 2077 anime is good, that is a plus on the Cyberpunk genre anime. True. But hey, it's Studio Trigger. Usually their stuff is really good, so unless they're forced to do something that they are not really into. Yeah, they No Man's Sky did. I mean, it's exactly like No Man's Sky. For Cyberpunk, the game itself is the worst piece of content in the franchise. Everything else is quite good. Yeah, the concept, the world. It's one of those formulas that can't go wrong, right? But because of the gameplay, it just sharded on it. I think I need to change the hue for this because I'm not liking this sort of purple. Let's keep it at blue, I guess. It's only temporary. It's not normal. No wonder it's looking a bit too bright. gotta balance this out. Airbrush is just tricky. So the direction of it is kind of like out of control. Okay, let's actually delete this one. Let's do the designs, I guess. I think I might need to do a separate artwork instead for like the designs and all. Like details and all that stuff. Cause I kinda don't want to interfere with these layers. And would rather just have a backup. Okay, let's save that. Throw this in there, right? Let me control new. Cause we need. Oh my god, it wasn't. Oh, I'm recording timelapse. Thought it wasn't for a second there. I still have no idea how to make the chat visible by using OBS. I still have not figured out that part. Anyways, let's do some designing, I guess. I'm gonna look some reference or inspirations for it. Because I would rather not salvage stuff from my memory. Because that's not a good idea. And that's just laborious unnecessarily. What is this? I'm gonna save the image. Or I'll just look back and forth, I guess. I use OBS and I never figured out how to make that chat visible. I tried googling it, but of the none of this stuff is helpful. At this point, I just gave up. I would rather not deal with it. Should I do the tattoo first or let's actually do the tattoo first. Cause I feel like that is easier. But let me look up some reference. Cause I don't want to think about it. If you don't want to think about it or just want like even just some rough basis for it or inspiration for it, just use references. Just do not be shy from it. There's no point of like gatekeeping yourself. I think the only time I never use a reference, I guess, is when it comes to drawing bodies. But that's because I already memorized a lot or drew a lot of bodies. And probably faces too. I'm gonna search up some Japanese tattoos because why not? They look awesome. They look cool. You just cannot go wrong with this. I mean, it's not completely Japanese, just influence. There's some inspos. I was messing around. Apparently, if you set it up for stream, there's a way to directly integrate to Twitch. I mean, that's what I did, but the only steps I need to do is like, I think I need to use pop out chat or something like that. But it doesn't look right. Okay, let me actually adjust my fan because I'm kind of like dying from the heat. Still looking for some inspos. Where do I put now? Maybe all over the arm. I am not gonna perfect this. I'm just gonna BS my way through it. I'm using the wrong tab. Really, how do I do that? What I did was basically just log it in from OBS. And after that, it's good to go, but the chat isn't showing, which is a shame. And I still haven't figured out how to. Man, this pen reminds me of my G-Tex. It's basically that pilot high-tech C, but it's just a G-Tech. Or they name it G-Tech. I don't know the difference about it though. We cannot find high-tech Cs for some reason. Pilot high-tech Cs. But it's just as good. It's one of my favorite pens actually. But it's so thin, that's for sure. But I just had this weird obsession back then around thin fine liners. Like really thin lines. I'm just obsessed with them back then. And it's so unnecessary. I just looked up how to stream on Twitch with OBS on YouTube. I no longer remember the steps. Good old Googling. Also, I just hate like if I search something on like Google on how to do stuff, just give me sentences or steps. I don't want to watch a video because it's so inconvenient. But hey, that's another me thing. Do I want clouds or do I want snakes? That is the question. I forgot what was I supposed to add. I think I already had an idea before. Might just forgot about it. Oh my god, this is why you're supposed to jot down things. I'm actually not sure about those flowers. Let me just add them temporarily. Yes, I made a macho of a man just to put flowers on him. Was good. Man, I remember when I had like watercolors or gouache and stuff. I typically just use or draw or paint flowers. Because they're just one of those no-brain topics or prompts to paint. Oh my god, it's already it's almost 5 o'clock. I didn't realize. Macrame with flowers is a perfect combo. Heck yeah. They're very simple flowers, but I could care less, honestly. You're not gonna notice the details unless you zoom in. Okay, let me actually finish this because it's getting dark. And it's almost dinner time. Now for more flowers. It looks dead right now because it has no colors. I need the red. Really saturated red. But that's good, that's good. I should be more bold with the colors, to be honest. Like, try not to be afraid with saturated colors for once. Because to me, I still kind of find them hard to like work with. Saturated colors, I mean. Or if you're just completely using all saturated colors, that's what I find hard. I've been getting videos that is saying that the final arc of BNHA is a failure, which isn't great since I was holding off from reading it until everything was finished, so I could binge read it. I mean, I barely. I mean, shonen in general, shonen genre in general, you're not gonna hear like great endings from that genre. It's quite known for like having terrible endings, to be honest. Did not expect this to be... Oh. Not so dense. But who knows? Because listening to others sometimes is never never the same, or their experience is never the same as yours. This is so not dense. I'm so surprised it's not dense. What? It's about the journey, not the not the destination. It's that type of thing. And you could say that for One Piece also. People are not there for the ending. Let's be honest. And people are probably not gonna be satisfied with the ending. 100%. It's quite rare to find a good ending when it comes to the genre. For some reason, for some reason, they struggle. Or I guess an ending that isn't too satisfying to the fan. Make that white. Full Metal had a great ending. That's true though. That's why people like it a lot, and still in the top of best shonen. It's just a very well-rounded anime, basically. The plot is interesting. The power system is immaculate to me. And overall, just a great show. Which is unfortunately rare. I need this to be... Where is density? Cannot find the density. This is too sparkly. I'll try this again. Yeah, never mind. This is... Or maybe I'm doing the opposite way. Yeah, I think I'm doing the opposite way. Well, let me try that again. this doesn't look right either. It's probably the lines. They're not getting erased. That looks fine though. I think Naruto's ending is okay. It wasn't crap like Bleach. Oh, that's right. It was decent. Wasn't crap like Bleach though. Bleach ending being unsatisfying because of Kubo's health. Yeah, it just happens. It just happens. That's what I felt with Bleach. It just happened. But out of all the shonen animes, I just can't understand Naruto's power system at all. Like they could all this traces up, but can be killed by a knife. It just I felt like Naruto has the same problem with Korra, the Legend of Korra. Like the first few seasons of like Naruto was okay, right? With their power system and all that. And that's the same thing with Avatar The Last Airbender. And then Legend of Korra happens, right? For some reason, and I think I always rant this about Legend of Korra, it may be a me thing, but I just cannot understand with the whole giants thing. Why are you so obsessed with two giants fighting? I just do not understand. And I think that sort of happens to Naruto. Like everything was just escalating. And the power levels are just suddenly skyrocketed. To a point that, is this even about ninjas anymore? It just leaves you contemplating. Man. After all the Kagebushins, and this is the time that we ended with. Also, what even is the limits of ninja magic? Exactly. And not to mention, I think that's all. I think that's also applicable to Boruto because they have technology, right? And that thing kind of also sort of happens with Legend of Korra. Naruto and Boruto went full Dragon Ball, and Korra in power and story. That's true though. I mean, there are parts that I still like about the Legend of Korra. I like some of the villains, except for their season 2 one. Jesus, definitely not that one. Huh? Why is this not coloring? Oh, it's the wrong coloring. Anyways, this is basically good enough. Oh my god, I forgot. I have to extract this as PNG. Welp, I done goofed. I'm supposed to erase this stuff. Oh, I have to figure this one out now. Out of all the core characters, for some reason, I cannot stand Sammy. Also, her last minute hand holding with Korra makes very little sense when you realize that they only talk like 3 or 4 times and didn't even fully talk to each in books 1 and 2. I think the main reason I don't like Asami was because of her being the main reasoning for the love triangle in book 1. I don't think she was the one that I was like annoyed to. I think it was a different character. Because Asami was just mid. She's just whatever to me. Mako is also just. I guess I do dislike Mako, but for the most part, he's just. It's just whatever. Also, I just basically do not like the main cast that much. I guess I like the villains more. Oh, that's not right. That's not the right one. Guess I have to redo this again. God damn it. Oh my god, it's almost dinner time and I'm not finished. Need to add another layer. Right, basically fill this out. Actually, let me just use an off-white for it instead of completely white. I guess that's the thing also. I was just not that fond of the cast. I do have my favorite characters. There are some of them are good guys. But for the most part, nah. I'm not gonna fill out the outlines. I'm just gonna fill out this part. Kind of like the waves only. I'll be exporting this. Okay, let's actually export this. Because my god. Oh, let me just crop it. Don't really plan out this tattoos. And I remember doodling stuff like this back then. Oh, I think I exported in the wrong format. My god. It was in the wrong format. And let me save this. I don't want to lose it. Okay, where is it? And let's insert that. Mako is literally a plank of wood. Yeah, he's just so bland. Bolin is the only likable character of the main cast, but I think he was underdeveloped and failed to be a Sokka. Yeah, that's true. Oh my god. I should turn off these layers before I move anything that is not supposed to move. Like that. Oh, let me lock it. It's so annoying. Let me lock everything. I also need to do the liquify tool, but it's not gonna work. Look at them flowers. It kind of looks crappy. And I think it's because my transparency. Oh yeah, there's like a new season, new episodes of like Rick and Morty. I think I'll also watch that one. I wouldn't say I'm a huge fan of Rick and Morty. I only watch it because I got nothing else. I will erase this. Later. Sheesh. The minute drawing, welcome. Letting a very dark secret. I never watched a Rick and Morty episode. I thought you were gonna add a tattoo in this time. Nah. That'd be awesome though. I think a piercing would be much more better. But nah, I'm not gonna add it. That's enough. It's time to stop. I think I need to make his nipples darker, or why is the nipple not kinda getting affected by it? What's going on? Oh, we deleted it. Oh my god. Actually, never mind. Who puts tattoos on nipples? I guess I'll just make it darker. It's not gonna be visible anyways. Come over here. Oh boy. Okay, let me look this up before I mess anything. Love your drawings. I think your style is really pretty. Thank you. Need to copy this twice. Let me just have one, just in case. There we go, and then it is gonna miss the flowers over there, but let me figure this out. Oof. I need two. So it kind of extends on the arm. Okay, now we can rasterize and just distort it. Actually, let me transform it. should have rotated it. I'm gonna erase this part on the arm. Which is okay. It's just what we have to do. You know what? Yeah, let's not put something to the back. Distorted this the wrong way. Oh, God. Let me check. Never mind, putting designs on the pants. Scrap that idea. Oh, not that one. So, tattoo on tongue is possible, but it would lead to the loss of taste bud. Yeah, I think I even saw lip tattoos. But for the most part, commonly people just do piercings on the tongue. Let's rasterize this. Does this really matter? Of course not. This is not realistic at all. I just do it because it's fun. I discovered a method, or witness, or learned a new trick. That's why I do it. It's not meant to be realistic at all. Nor is it barely realistic. I'm sorry I'm not good at English, but you know anatomy by heart. Like, how do I know anatomy? I just practiced, my dude. Just did a lot of practice back then. Oh my god, I'm actually lost now. A lot of studying. A lot of drawing. And having intuition kind of helps. I think I need to copy another layer because I really do not like this part. Come on, show up, show up. Stop. Please don't crash. I just need this spiral thing over here. Actually, I think it's in the bottom. Just need that section. And I'm good. I did not erase that well. It doesn't work. I guess I just really need this one. It's kind of like cutting and pasting right now. Oh my god, it's raining hard. Okay, it's raining like crazy. So I'm gonna scream at the mic for a bit. Oh, I think it's over. It looks really crappy right now. That's fine. I need a bigger eraser. There we go. Oh my god. That's the wrong button. I really don't even need that much here. Just really need for the sides. Oh, I think I erased too much. Keep erasing that part. Oh, it's actually just white. Never mind. And then set the opacity. It's the same one. Why don't you have more people since your drawings are amazing? I have no idea. I don't hear any rain. That's cool. I asked that question too. Was lurking for a while, but I'm back to say those tattoos are looking so good. Thank you. Sorry I can't stay, but it was a pleasure to see you live. No worries, man. Thank you for joining. Thank you for coming and joining. I need 2 more. Oh my god. It's for the forearm and the upper arm. How many more do I cut and paste? I'm dying. I just literally just liquefy this. Just so it looks kind of bent. My throat is itching, what the heck? I think I risked too much. Well, this is almost finished. I'm like dying. And I need to add more here. Oh my god. Wrong one. It's just repetitive. Cut and pasting, cut and pasting. And some liquefying here and there just to make things look bent and all that. How many tattoos does he even need? Yeah, it's kind of overkill right now. But I'm very indecisive. So we'll see. It's not even looking good anymore for me. I might even scrap this. It's just I'm indecisive whether or not he'll have a sleeve or a tattoo sleeve or whatever. I think I'll just remove some stuff here and call it a day. And maybe add some here, front and back. Keep using the wrong one. That's the wrong tool. This one. Oh, it's still a PNG. I wonder. Okay, that's the last one. Hopefully. Jesus. Oh, that's way too pinched. Maybe no tattoos in his forearms. Yeah, Thinking of just not putting sleeves. Oh, I forgot. Where is this? I'm actually not sure with the opacity, but I think it looks fine now. Okay, let's save. Because I do not want to lose the progress. There we go. There's a spot here. And let me merge. Actually, let me save first. It's kind of like having checkpoints. If you want to go back, just in case. Oh my god, it doesn't. I'm setting it to multiply so it kind of blends in. The whole thing. Let's go with pink. Let's go. Oh yeah, I forgot. Oh my god, I forgot to put highlights on the pants. Of course I did. I think that'll be quick. Famous last words, by the way. Which manga artist do you respect the most? Hmm. 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 That's a great question. That I cannot think of right now for some reason. Let me give me a sec. A part of me says the Vagabond, the one who made Vagabond. But another part of me says it's someone else. But I can't really point out who. I guess one would be. Yeah, one is my final answer. The one who made One Punch Man and Mob Psycho. is the one I look up to. Not actually, respect is more. It's the word for it. But yeah, he's the one. Is there any layer tool besides multiply that is important? Uh, Back then I used to use overlay, by the way. But then once I discovered multiply and how simple it behaves, because once I just set it up to multiply, what goes to my head is, oh, it's just gonna go darker and more transparent. So I use it all the time. It just became sort of a habit, I guess. But yeah, one is also my, I guess, most respect, the one I respect the most in the manga industry. That's my final answer. What did they do? I only use and no multiply. I think it's better to know some of them, or know the layer settings that you want and want to use and need. One is the one. Yeah. He's just doing what he dreamed of and what he loved, and it actually worked. He's he stayed true to himself and it worked. Like, self-actualization is so underrated. Come on. And dude, his life is basically an anime. Imagine being friends with Yusuke Murata. He was able to overcome everything by the power of friendship. Nobody can argue with me with that. I use add layer to add soft glowing highlights, and overlay is good for adding texture. Like, oh yeah, you use overlay back then for textures and stuff. I used to be so obsessed with textures, by the way. And then once I got frustrated with it, I just abandoned it. Never used it ever again. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of manga artists out there. But if I have to choose one right now, it would be one. Okay, I might need to go back. Go back here. I also use glow dodge for highlights, basically, and glowy parts. And that's good to go. I use more glow dodges and multiply layers. If I'm dealing with effects, it's much more out of control. Or my layers is much more out of control at that one. I'm using the wrong brush. I definitely taking my time here. It should be finished long before this. Let's go back here. Okay, let me stop right now because I might overdo it. And save this. How much is a subscription for CSP? I have no idea. Can't remember. And they're not. I mean, they're still allowing non-subscription base until next year, I think, from what I remember. It's only when you update it. I'm not even updating my softwares regularly. Heck, I don't even update my Windows. It's literally the oldest Windows 10. Nah, not really. It's exaggerating, but it is old. I think the honor of for ranking of kings is similar to one. He quits his job at 41 because wanted to become a manga artist and knew his drawings is not great, but he still succeeded. Yeah, self-actualization. Just believe in yourself. And for the most part, it's all about the storytelling. Art is kind of second. I mean, actually, storytelling is art anyway, so kind of works. Anyways, I think I should end the stream now and end this fiasco of me trying to do whatever I can here. Before I add a lot more things here. Save that. And that's it for today, guys. I have to end the stream there. because it's like hours now. Oh, it's almost 5 hours. Oh my god. But anyway, guys, thank you so much for joining me today. And this is our results. I mean, this is not finished, by the way. I'll probably do some tweaks later. I'm just gonna take a break and get some dinner. This may be an unpopular opinion, but I find that crisp, clean, perfect line art in manga is distracting and takes away from imagination. Gestures and expressions are way more important. Period. Period. But yeah, gestures and basically heavy, if you're trying to convey movement, you do not want clean line work. Trust me, it's not gonna deliver well. Mr. Now is doing good. See ya. Thank you. Tattoos took an hour. Yeah. I kind of what do you call this? I kind of stalled for a while there. I'm back, gonna stay here while drawing. I'm about to end the stream, bro. But anyways, thank you guys for joining me today. I hope to see you guys next time. See ya. Bye bye, alls.